I told you to be here between 10 and 11, and I think it's around 10:30. So, but I've been busy since probably 8 o'clock this morning, and I'm going to show you what I've been doing. And I don't want my fat gut in the way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how I'm repairing the seam. Now, I did 99.9% of it already. Let me see. I'm waiting on you guys to join me. Let's see if we got anybody that's up and on. Anybody there? Maybe not. Okay, well, I'm going to do this anyway, and you guys will just have to watch the video later on how I repair the seam. Okay? Right. I did 99% of the work already. Last night I took the flashing off all the way around the whole thing, and then remember, I guess people were asking about how are you going to fix the seam right in here where the flash stuck into the mask? Well, I already fixed 90%, so I've been pretty busy this morning. But right here, I left a little to do this process. I just find my clay. Whoa. Okay. I'll have to get my ball back. But here's the spot that all I'm doing, to tell you the truth, find a way to keep this thing still. All I'm doing is making a little tiny worm. All right, I was going to use wet clay, and I was going to make a slurry. I was originally going to make a slurry, and I experimented with it, and it was just too messy. And I don't want a barrier between here and the other clay, the other stone wall. So what I did was I started making these little worms. I did this, I've been at it since probably 8 o'clock this morning. Yeah, it was 8 o'clock. I'm just rolling up a little noodle in my hand, a little worm. It's a very tiny one. I'm showing you the worm right there. Okay? Now right here, I hope you're in frame. Right here is where the spot is that where you're going to fill. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my little handy dandy, I call it a push tool, so you can push it in. See the shape of that? Alright, so you take this little piece of clay, and I'm going to move it down where the hole is. That's perfect. Now I'm just pushing it into the seam. I'm not pushing too hard because I don't want to wreck the work. That's how you fix the seam. And it didn't take long. It doesn't take long. It took me probably 15 minutes to do the whole area. I don't do the ears. Now the ears, mind you, remember I had that clay go all the way up behind the ear? Well, all I did was take my spray bottle and put it on jet and pump the heck out of that and get that clay out from behind that ear. Now there's a nice space Now that plaster is going to go up behind that, and the seam will be hidden behind the ear. That is the secret of doing this. So now let me try and, let me try to shape. I want to make sure that this is squared away. I don't want any kind of, and then I'm going to do a little bit of naphtha on the whole thing because I was handling it and touching the clay and that kind of thing. A little bit of chalk on the sculpture. A couple spots here and there. It was a little darker earlier. Today I already did all this. I got all this done. I put the clay wall that will capture the plaster, and you see the clay out from where that was holding against the back side here, and it created a nice little well on the back. But we don't need a well, we just need support, and I put the plaster on it. Now these are pry, I'm going to call pry keys. I'm thinking I may do a couple register, I'm gonna go get a drill bit and drill just a little tiny hole right between these here to give me a place to where I put the two pieces back together again, and I don't have a problem trying to line it up. So, yeah, I'll put them right here. No, I don't need one back there. But these are for prying. In other words, the clay stays in there, you put the plaster over top, and then what I'll do is I'll grind off this real thin edge all the way down to where it gets thick on the plaster, and that'll be where I stick my screwdriver in. Now the clay will stay in it until I get the two pieces separated. I'll stick my screwdriver in there and be able to pry this thing apart. These are pry keys. I guess you want to call them pry keys. That's what I put here. Register keys are so that the two pieces line up together, and you put a little hole. So I have to go get the drill bit. I hate like how to do this. Hold on, let me think. Do I really want to do this? Yeah, I kind of do. I definitely don't want to have a mess on my hands. All right. Yeah, so that's basically how I fixed all the seam. Fix the seam. I'm going to touch up the sculpture just a little bit with some naphtha, texture it just a little bit more, just where areas where my hands kind of touched. I was trying to pry off some of the, it gets a little dirty always, so it's no big deal. It's no big deal. I'm a perfectionist, but on certain things. I guess that makes sense, I don't know. So let's do this. Let me get this clay out of the way. What am I doing now? Oh yeah, I gotta get the drill bit. Put little register keys right in each one of these. I'm not digging in real deep. I'm just making a little tiny, a little bevel area. I got to use the biggest bit I have. This stuff is still somewhat soft, so it'll dig in okay. You don't want to go crazy. I don't want a straight up and down piece of it. I don't want a chance of it locking. That's the key. You don't want any locks. All right, so let me go get the drill bit. I got to turn the air compressor on while I'm kind of waiting. Let me turn that on. It's going to be a little noisy. Okay, got the drill bit just in time. I hear the compressor shut off. That means it's completely filled up. And we don't want to, let me see, hold on. Crusher. Yeah, we don't want to put my big butt into the frame of shot. So this is what I'm going to do. All right, that's all. No deeper than that. All this is a register key. Let me get my air compressor and my little cleaning. All right, now I'm blowing this away from the blowing that away. All right, I made a nice little hole there for the plaster to sink into. These are just register keys. So the pieces actually line up together. And I pick them right between. This is soft. It's not heavy. It's not a. Just a little bit. Didn't have to go crazy on that one. Okay, so that's the registry key there, and I just have to put one over here. Some like to put worms of clay. That's good enough. You see the little hole that I put there? I mean, I know this is zoomed in on this one spot because I fixed the seam all the way around. If you watch from the very beginning of the video, because I didn't want to wait. I'm going to zoom out when I start putting the plaster on. All right, let me zoom out now. There we go. I don't want to zoom too far out because then you can't see any of the details of, you know, what I'm doing. Okay, so let me grab my brush here that I knocked over when I all right, so we got to vase this up yet. We got to do some naphtha work on it. You got my fat gut in the way. Oh well. I'm not out to impress anybody. I'm an old man now. I don't need to. Deal with it. It's 100 degrees out here. Well, it's not that bad today, but I guess it could be worse, huh? All right, so I want to take some naphtha, and I've got my texturizing. I'm not going to do the whole face. I only need to do the areas where I touched it. The point is, we're going to come out here fully equipped today. Now I'm doing like right in the seam here. So help with the texturing because just gotta make sure this is clean. Biggest problem we have with this is the fact that I'm just softening it right now. I'm softening the area where I'm going to put texture back into it because I don't want to change the sculpture. Not changing anything. I'm only getting some texture on the edges, on the ears where I kind of did some weird stuff to it. I guess I was holding it as I was doing stuff. You know, you're grabbing the sculpture, and because of the warmth. It's so warm outside, the clay's a little bit softer than usual. Alright, so I'm going to take a little bit of the texture. I'll take this here. And I'm going to do this area where I just put the stuff on and make sure I hold the stone. Work my way around it and clean off any spots that I see there. I don't need to do anything in the ear area at all. It'll be down below. That's in good shape. Good shape. See, all those seams, you can't see it from there, but all those seams are closed up now where the flashing was inside of it. So, oh yeah, and this actually helps it. A little unlevel, that's why it keeps rolling on me. So, just touching the spots where I can see a little bit of plaster got on it. Oh yeah, that's nice. And then the last step I have before I start putting plaster on this is actually putting Vaseline all over the dividing wall, real good. You can't mess with that. You got to make sure that that's right. texturing going on here. Not much. A little. Don't press too hard because I don't want a lot of texture on this. I don't want like just a lot of texture. I don't want that because you'll end up with this whole thing. Yeah. The light's not great out here today because it's so bright everywhere else. It feels very shadowy. Not much I can do about it. I have to. All right, the jawline got a little messy when I see this. All this white powder. It's very, very, very light. The very, very light. Right off with the naphtha. That's from this clay. That's from the clay. That's all that is. That's not. It's not a. It's just my hands were wet with the clay, and all it has to do is touch it, and that's the end result. All right, a little texture in there. In the ear. All right. The sun, my trailers, it's so bright. I'm having a hard time seeing the sculpture. I'm looking straight out here, and my trailer's right there. Big, bright white trailer, and it's getting killed by the sun right now. So I'm just touching these areas where a little bit of plaster got on. I pretty much took it off just by using a brush. The spots on this side that I missed, that was still working in the neck area. Trying to really hit those troubled spots that touch the face. I can see I didn't leave no marks or anything, but I can just feel I can see my little handprints. Not prints, they're just there's nothing pressed into the clay. There's no lumps or anything like that. It's just where the plaster was touching a little bit. Ooh, there's a spot that I fixed. Almost forgot. Spot that I fixed right here, right where the neck comes into the jaw, right in the center. Nice. Okay. Yeah, I've been busy this morning. Got a lot done here because I didn't want to put all this on film. This would have been all day trying to do it. Touch over here real quick. Okay. All right, Vaseline time. I'm gonna take a good look at this. I gotta stand up upright and look because that trailer's blinding me. Now this is what I'm talking about. Laying it down horizontally now. I can really yeah, that's looking good. Everything's good. Now I got to put Vaseline and spray release on this. Vaseline and spray release. And I'm already sweating. There we go. The texture brush over there. First thing I got to do is the wall. Now inside these register keys, I got to make sure I don't fill that up with the Vaseline too deep. Now I'm just using a little chip brush, handy dandy Vaz, and you want to make sure as it sits out here in this heat, I got to make sure it's back behind that ear real good, because otherwise we're going to have a nightmare with this thing sticking together. We don't want it sticking. And I don't want to fill those. I'll do the inside real good first, and then I'm going to put some Vaz on the outside of this. So if there's any run over from the mortar, it won't get stuck to the outer side. Well, I end up grinding it anyway, so it doesn't matter. I take a grinder on I grind down the entire edges. I expose the clay so you can see the clay. Then I stick my screwdrivers in there, and pretty much it's a done deal. The main thing is making sure that the stone has plenty of Vaseline. See, that flashing really worked well, man. That was great. I'm digging this. This is going to be awesome. I think this is going to work real good. No matter if the clay won't stick anyway. Just got to make sure that stone is covered, man. And try not to get any Vaseline on your sculpture. I push my Vaz right up into the edge of the sculpture. I don't really push it too far into it. You don't want to overdo it either. You don't want a ton of Vaseline when there's so much that you don't want any gelled up areas where there's a whole bunch of Vaseline like kicked up in one spot. This time consuming, guys. This paint is, but you know, I don't mind spending a little extra time doing this way than having to constantly deal with that clay, the red clay. I do not like it. I don't like it. It's not getting dirty. It's harder to clean up cleaning than you actually do. So what I'll do is I'll stick my finger in it. The Vaseline will keep the pieces from sticking together. When I start putting plaster on this, that'll act as a barrier. I like this because it's such a nice flat wall. I don't have to worry about, Jesus, come on. And last night I also went ahead and added a little more plaster on the back of the ear areas because they were just a little too thin for my liking. Now, I'll explain what I did with the ears, behind the ears. Underneath in here, remember that clay went all the way up behind the ear? Well, I took my spray bottle and put it on jet, and I jetted out all that clay that was back behind the ear. It's all out of there. So that ear is going to give me a nice seam behind the ear. I won't have to worry about I won't have to worry about you want to make sure you got to make sure that there's nothing. That plaster will stick to it if you don't have it. If you don't have that Vaseline all over it. All right, so now I'm going to do a little bit. Now I'll probably cake it on a little bit because of these areas, the low-lying spots. I'll put some thick. I don't want this plaster grabbing anywhere. I grind this edge down further anyway, but I just to be on the safe side. I don't need anything. I need any surprises. When you get to the point where you're ready to tear it apart, man, that's when the work starts. Taking this apart is where the work starts. Cake job on this. There's a lot of nooks and crannies in there. Lots of locking spots there. Okay, get that out of the way. And then I'll just make sure I get into every area. And always clean off. I usually use my just stick my pinky in there and make sure that there's no gel inside the holes. No vase inside the holes. You want it coated, but you don't want it. You don't want it the hole filled up, because if you fill the hole up, then you're. Man, I can't stand this. I felt like there was missing some Vaseline in there. Okay. I'm just looking, make sure I can see shine everywhere. I don't want to see anything dry looking. All right, what's the next step here? I'm trying to think. All right, I gotta spray release it. Put my tools over there. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put it over there because I'm gonna start getting messy over here. Remember, the first coat is really, really runny. Let's put everything over there. Put everything over here. Plaster and my brush for that. I need more carving tools now. And I really pulled out a whole bunch of tools too. Look at that, guys. Working hard, working hard. Did a lot of work before I even came out, before you guys saw. That's the nature of the beast with this stuff. Don't wear good clothes, man. Definitely don't do that. Okay, where's my spray release? It's right here. Shake it up, baby. And we're going to put Foley's 2300 on here. It's a release agent. All right. And we're just doing... Make sure it's into the ears and eyes, up into the nose real good, mouth, up underneath the chin. And I still put it on top of where I put the Vaseline. I don't want anything grabbing. gonna let that dry for a few minutes. Let this dry for a few minutes. Yay! Here we go. Let me read some of your comments. That's what we'll do. I had this on plug and I'll sit down. We got to wait about 15 minutes for that to dry. There you go. Now you see what I see. You see that blinding white truck? Shadows this out, so it makes it hard to see. I should have repositioned my table, but oh well. So, okay, hey DJ, do you got the Facebook message? I have to. You know what? I have to see. Takeoff vision. I couldn't find it last night. I looked everywhere for takeoff vision last night, trying to see your pictures. Yes, you can see William Shatner in this sculpture. That's definitely. Crusher now is better. Okay, yeah, I had to zoom out. I zoomed in purposely to that little spot so you guys can see how I was doing, fixing the seam. When I pulled that flashing out, there was like a little bit of a seam all the way around, and it was embedded into the case, so you don't want to have that seam because that'll be an innie, and you can't repair that on the mask. You don't want that to be. It's okay if it's bulging out a little bit, but you don't want it inverted inside the mask. You know, like this line here. See the hairline there? That's what I had all the way around this whole thing. Only it was very narrow. This stuff is so thin, that sheet metal. But I was able to repair that with no problem. And everything from the top of the ear all the way around to the other top of the ear is not visible because it's under the hair. But down this neck area and on the other side, that's what's visible on your seam, on your mask. So it's so important to make sure that you really, it's important that you make sure that you hit those seams good. I was going to do a new technique to see if it worked, but I experimented with it and I didn't like the way it was working. It was just too messy, and it was going to involve a lot more cleanup. So what I was doing, I was taking wet clay and I was melting it down with water just so it was like a slurry, but a little thicker than slurry. It was a little thicker, and I was trying to brush in to the crack the what do you call it? The wet clay slurry. I was brushing it into the hole, but as I was brushing it in, it really wasn't filling good enough. So I thought, you know what? No. And I was leaving too much on the outside, and it was time consuming. So I was like, you know what? This is. I started making real tiny noodles, elongated noodles with my fingers, real thin noodles, and I just stuck them right up against there, and then pushed them into the hole of the monster clay, and I have wet clay wedged into my sculpture either. So that's always nice when I go to demold. So yeah, this should be a real nice sculpture when it's done, or mold when it's finished. It's nice and flat. The dividing wall helped with a lot of that. So, okay, let's read some comments. AJ, you got the Facebook message. I'm going to try that. As soon as I get off of here, I'm going to go on to. Now, do you have Takeoff, do you have the pictures right there on Facebook? Because, I mean, I'll go in there real quick now. We're waiting for this to dry and see if I can't pull up. I'll pull up the Facebook message. Let's see what you got going on there, and see what kind of pictures you're talking about. As far as the way the wrinkle goes into the nose, mine has a realistic way that goes in. I just, I tried that route before where it was like trying to put those two wrinkles on one on the other side and two on this side. And I just didn't like the way it looked. It didn't look natural. It didn't look real. And if you look at the Shatner, the real Captain Kirk mask, it has the scowl goes in just the way it does here. It's got natural look to it. It's not exact. Nothing's exact, but it's close. The main thing is you really do get the William Shatner look on this sculpture. And like I've been saying all along, no two masks are alike. It's like, oh, this, you hear a lot of people saying, well, this looks a lot like this mask, or this looks a lot like that mask. Well, that tells you right there, no two masks are alike. And why am I going to try and make a complete replica of something perfectly, unless it's the original Don Post 1975 Captain Kirk mask. That would be the one that I would actually try to replicate to a T. But even that, there was scenes in the movie that I didn't like the mask, and then there were scenes in the movie that I loved the mask. So it's a matter of preference on what pics you want to go from that you use. It's a blurry scene, but I like the scene when Linda gets killed when she gets killed in the car, and he leans over and you see the face. It's blurry, but boy, that face looks awesome in a fogged up window. You can just see the features. So, not a very good clear shot. I wouldn't sculpt from that shot, but it gave you a pretty good idea of the features that were in the actual sculpture. Okay, what are you saying here? Let's go into my studio. Annie killed in the car. That's right, Annie. I can't wait till this is demolded, man. This is going to be nice. I think this is going to be a really nice piece. Oh, and you know what I forgot to do? I forgot the inside of the lip. Damn it. I'll have to come back out here and do that real quick. Oh, no, I did that. I did it. Yeah, I'm good. I did it. Let me double check. Maybe I didn't. Hold on. Wow, that would suck if I had to put naphtha on that thing. Let me see. I can see. I had to fix this side of this lip. No, that's okay. A little bit of a lump there. Let me see if I can't just smooth it in on my hand. It's warm out here, so the clay is a little soft, so I can actually yeah, that fixed it. There we go. I just gotta get my thumbprint out of it. Let me triple check this. Yeah, I have to put some naphtha on that shit. That's okay. The naphtha will eat through it. Let me put this on the stand for just a minute. And we're going to go into the room and look up Vision to see what pictures he was going to show me. Hold on. You know what? We got this can of naphtha over here. I always have plenty of naphtha laying around, that's for sure. Always use it. I'll have to respray that. I'll touch up this area here. I think I missed this too. Okay. Now I'm going to hit the texture. The texture. Then I'll put some more spray release on it. Perfect. Okay. That the spray release. There we go. Now I gotta wait another 15 minutes. Oh well. Let's go into my room and see if we can't find that picture. Yeah, that looks really good, guys. This guy's looking really good. Look at the chin line. That's looking real good. Oh yeah. Let that dry up. And we start the plastering process. Let's go on the computer real quick and see if we can't find these pictures. That, ooh, can't see nothing in here. Ooh, dark. Gotta fix that. Need to turn the lights on. While that's drying. Let's move this back over here. Go to my Facebook. Give me a second, guys. I'm putting you down for a minute. Just so I can get my chair, pull it forward. Let's go to Facebook and see if we can't find. Good Lord. I'll see it here. Hold on. I'm looking up different, like I talked to Nick Malpagano a little earlier. Here's Crusher. Stephen Martlow. Yeah, I don't see your friend request here at all. Yeah, no, that's not happening. Okay, hold on. Let me look you up. Takeoff Vision. That's what I'm looking for. Takeoff Vision. I think you're actually on my friends list. Hold on. Let me. I remember seeing that logo. Hold on. Let's go to my friends. Recently added. James Shaver. All right. Let's look for Takeoff Vision. Takeoff. Yeah, no, nothing came up with you. I don't know where you are, man. Takeoff Vision. You still on here? Hey. Facebook message. That's notifications. There's Messenger. I don't want you guys looking at the messages from different people. Okay, that's not it. Yeah, that's not one either. I did not get your message. If you didn't use Messenger, I don't know how you could have sent me a message. Yeah, it looks like he's not on here anymore, so I don't know. Takeoff Vision, where did you go? You're not on here. You didn't send me any message on Facebook. Let me see if it's right on my wall. Well, you can't post on my wall. Yeah, you can't post things on my wall. I only can do that. I don't let people post on my wall. Too much political crap going on out there, and I don't want the politics on there. I have politics on my stuff, but I don't go hog wild on it. I know what I know what I've been through in my life. I know what's right and I know what's wrong. And nobody can change my mind unless I see it, taste it, feel it. So it sounds crazy, but life's experiences. You've been around long enough, you can see through all the bullshit. You really can. So and I don't want to get into politics, not at all, because that's not the only thing I'm talking about when I make this statement. It goes through it's life in general. You're around long enough, you can't be lied to. You read through it real quick. All right, so I don't see you on here, James Shaver. Wait a minute, let me see what this is. I don't know. No, I don't see you on Facebook. All right, I think that's dry enough out there to start the process. Yeah, I did. Oh, wait a minute. What's this? Aha. What in the world? Oh, I see what you did. You actually did it to the actual sculpture. Hold on, let me see. All right, see what I'm saying now? All right, now, after improved, you see these lines? Now, I'm going to have to say I disagree. I don't like, the cut's wrong here. The eye cut's wrong. That's not how my eye cut is over here, and that's how that goes in. All right. But that could have been just. Oh, you know what? I think he painted that. Yeah. See this? You see the arrow I'm pointing at? These are the. This is what he's talking about. Now, to me, that looks carved. Now, it might be because whatever software he's using doesn't give you a real, nice, a nice smoothing ability. But I don't like that at all. I never have. It's too. This is the natural look. This is actual naturally fleshed into the. I think I corrected that. I actually dug into that by accident. I smoothed all out. Not there anymore. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna have to disagree with you there. I don't like that look at all. Yeah, and this right eye cut is way wrong. That is definitely not right. Um, hey, yeah. Well, I mean, I mean, it's. I thought maybe you were going to show me a mask um, of this, and it's just. No, you just used my picture of my sculpture and added those wrinkles to it. I tried this before. I tried this method where you carve it in. It just doesn't look good. Doesn't look good. It's got to look natural, where the scowl comes into the bridge of the nose naturally. And gravity is what causes the wrinkle, not a tool where you carve it. You know, it's gravity itself is what does that. I'm going to double check. Look at, I see this picture, and I think this is what I was still. Yeah, this is weird because I still had these lips weren't right. Yeah, I was still working on this stuff. So, I was working on the eyebrow area, and that's why they didn't look quite right there, because I actually jabbed into them. I had to take away a little bit of the eyebrow from the bridge of the nose. So, yep. Anyway. So let me go out there and see what we got. I think we're ready for plaster. We're ready to start the next process of putting plaster on and the front half's always easier to do the plastering because you're horizontal, you're not vertical. And the stone's going to it's going to capture all the detail. Really nice. So now I know what you're talking about. Any comments, guys? Steve, UK. All right, now take a look. This is what he was talking about. Takeoff vision. And he took my sculpture and he put effects into the nose area here. Right here, again, it looks carved. I don't like that look. I just stick to what I'm doing. Stick to what I'm doing. And the eye cuts are definitely wrong. This is wrong. Way wrong. It's dug out too far deep down in here, and it's up too high up in here. This one's not too far off, but it's pretty much stayed with what I was doing there. That's what it. Although there's a little indentation inward right here, but that could be from. I don't know what he did there. I don't know what that effect is. It doesn't look like it's a real accurate tool. So that could be the reason. So I'm not saying you're making the eye cut wrong. It could have been because of the process in itself. So anyway, let's get back out there and start putting some plaster on this mold. And we will. Okay, I've seen the pictures, and I'm staying with my original thought. I think that's the way to go anyway. I really do. Or else I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Like there's my natural. There's my natural look right there. It's got a natural scowl going right into the nose. That's the way our flesh is. So, oh yeah. All right, put you guys on the stand, and we're gonna start doing the sculpture. I got to open up another bucket of plaster too. Okay, let's see what happens when this thing rotates. I want to make sure it all stays in frame. Okay, that works. Okay. Put that to its actual position. Okay. I gotta go mix some plaster. Be right back. I'm back. Alrighty, let's see what we can do here. I've got the plaster out. I've got to get the bucket, a little bit of water. We are almost ready to rock and roll here. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use some new water. I need cold water. I like cold water with my plaster because then it doesn't kick so fast. Kick means hardening. Harden up. Want some working time. Perfect. All right, we got the water. We're going to make this really runny, very runny. I'm making this batch runny, 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 runny. But I still want to let it saturate. And that's about saturated. I don't waste my brushes, so I still got my brush from yesterday. So that's saturated. Now let's just mix it up so it's nice and runny. Capture all that nice detail. This is really runny. That's okay. That's all right. We're going to make a nice thin coat. And I got to let it thicken a little. First thing I do is I'm going to make sure it goes into all the details. And I like to just let it run into it. Especially up into the nostril area, the lip area. And as this stiffens up, I'll be able to keep adding the plaster to it. Make sure there's no bubbles. Okay, I need to sit doing this because I can now because it's not vertical anymore. Backside, so good. Get up in behind that ear. See, once this has a coat on it, you won't have any problems. Some things we're going to have to wait until it literally gets a little thicker, but I got to make sure that that face keeps getting stuff on it. I don't want to stick. Don't want to stick in this area here. Ooh, it's staying. Let's see what happens. Don't want to lose. No air pockets. See any areas where you're seeing that clay come through? want to make sure you cover it. Very runny coat. Once it starts to stiffen up, I'll be in good shape. Kids playing in the pool. Got some noisy neighbors sometimes. I don't care. Let the kids play. We were all kids once upon a time. We made just as much noise. I just think we were smarter though. Oh yes, we definitely were smarter. Getting a little thicker now. Just a little bit. I mean the consistency of the plaster. This is your detail coat. Really giving me a hard time with this chin. It's because I made the stuff a little too runny. I hope that trailer is blinding me. Yeah, I made this stuff a little thin today. But that's alright. That'll give me the detail that I want. Yeah, that's starting to stick to the chin now. That's good. Oh yeah. Almost done with this coat. So I want it to pile up in these areas, not so much out here yet. Definitely got to pile it up into the low areas. Definitely got to get in behind those ears too. Still running. But I know it's starting to cure on the head because thickening up nicely. Oh yeah. I can see it's starting to dry. It's losing that shine. Just making sure I really get into the ears real good. Very, very important. Watch for air bubbles. Making it thick. All right, so I have such a little bit left in here. What I want to do is kind of pour it. Now this is so runny, and I'm going to let this sit for a few minutes while I clean my brush out. Okay. Let me get my grabber. Go wash my butt out. Let that harden up a little bit. On to the next coat. We do one more coat, and then we put the burr wrap on the final coat, and the final coat will be real thick. Oh yeah. Go away, fly. Okay. Clean out the bucket again. Add some cold water. This coat's going to be fairly thick, but I got to let that sit for a few minutes before I can start mixing the next batch. So let's see what you guys have to say while I'm waiting for this to firm up. I'll sit in my favorite chair. Oh yeah, that's still too loose. So I have to bulk up all these walls to meet this thickness right here on the bottom. It's got to be just as thick up top. So Crusher, what am I doing right now? Right. I'm molding a sculpture. What are you doing right now, Crusher? So This is the retool of the Custom Corpses Night Creeper 7. This will be my final retool to this. I am not doing it again. Never happy with the lips. I really wasn't. I was just kind of like, all right, I can't figure it out. I haven't figured it out. And then I figured it out. So, but everything else I'm very happy with. The eyebrows are perfect now. There's nothing left for me to do. And after I saw the pictures from Takeoff Vision, I definitely am sticking with my sculpture. And it's nothing against, you Takeoff Vision, not at all. It's just that I want a more natural look. I don't want it to look carved. And I know the difference. And I don't want anybody else's opinion on that, because I don't want to start a bashing thing here. This is not the channel to start bashing each other. We're all friends here. We're all doing the thing. It's just a matter of opinion. And we all have those, just like we have something else. You've heard that old phrase, right? So this is just the Custom Corpses Night Creeper. This is what I want to stick with. I'm really happy with this. The only thing I was not quite happy with was the lips and the lower jaw. I just couldn't get it to I couldn't figure out what the issue was. And then once I figured out once the lips went in there, I was like, that's the issue. That was the issue the whole time, was the lips. And it wasn't so much the shape, the way I cut the way the lips were carved, because when you looked at it dead on, it looked perfect. The problem was, it was the contour of the lips this way. Or in other words, if you're looking at it straight down the mask, it was this way that I had the issue with. And once I figured that out, then I was, this is the problem. So once I fixed it, and I was like, I'm good now. I don't need I'm not changing this mask at all. This is going to be the 78 Custom Corpses Night Creeper 78. And then from here, as soon as I pry this apart and I make the master copy, well, I'm not going to make the master copy first. I'm just going to put this mold away and do a master copy in latex. Therefore, I can make a foam-filled head. All right, and then what I plan to do from there is I'll make a master copy mold. I'll make a mold for making the mask. And from there, I tend to put this giant plaster master copy away, because I'm not going to make a large version. I am going to make one large version for my brother. And then I'm going to make a urethane master copy of this. When that process is done, then I'll have my 78 completed, and I am definitely moving on from this point, because I'm running out of time. I have to make that into a 2018. This particular sculpture, I'm going to age it to make it look like the 2018. And then the kills, and then the ends. And I want to try and get the whole thing done by October 1st. I was thinking September, but now retooling this set me back a little bit now. So I have to darn flies, man. I got deer flies out here today. They're driving me crazy. There's not as much breeze as there was yesterday, but it's not as hot as it was yesterday. That's one good thing. It's still warm out here, but it's not nowhere near as hot. So I'm just about, sorry guys, just about ready to put some more plaster on this thing. Let me feel it. Oh yeah, that's stiffened up nice. Well, it's still a little, okay, that was just a thin spot, that's all. No big deal. That's on the clay. Yeah, that's on there pretty good. Whew, come on, flies, Jesus. Let me make sure. Yeah, that's on there nice. Yep. Yep, that's on there good. Okay. We got all the detail captured, real nice. And this is ready for another coat. So let's get busy. I gotta mix up my plaster, only this time it's not going to be as thin. The plaster is going to be thinner or thicker. Got 4 watching. So this coat, it's one good thick coat on here now. Then there's going to be the burlap coat, and then from there, I do the final coat, which is real thick and then thickens up the walls. I got to make sure the walls are real thick because I got to pry on those. So the walls have to be thick. All right, so next batch. This is going to be a thicker coat. I mean, thicker in consistency with the plaster. It's not going to be runny like that last one was. All right, let this crack up into islands. Let that saturate. Almost there now, right? It's just really humid out here, which makes the plaster kick faster. And when I say kick, I mean harden. See, this is already starting. This is warm. It's a chemical reaction on how this plaster works. And this is Ultra Cal 30. This isn't like plaster of Paris. This is not the same stuff at all. I don't like using any other type of plaster, only Ultra Cal 30. It's the only stuff I like to use. There goes the cops. Going after somebody. Either that or an ambulance. Yeah, it might be an ambulance. I don't know. Who knows anymore? It's a little thicker, but it's not real thick. It's not as thick as you think I'm making this. I'm not making it super thick because I don't want to. I got to apply this as it kicks. You do the same process. You don't want it to be too thin. You don't want it to be too thick either because it'll kick fast on you, and then you won't be able to get all your plaster on there. You got to get your plaster on. Okay, that's mixed up. I'm thinking, should I move the camera to the other side? Yeah, I think I will. So you guys can see it from this side. Because it wants to stay in this position anyway, so why not just... move the camera here so you can see what I'm doing. I'm looking at a clay wall. All right. The other thing I want to do is I want to slide this over a little bit so I have room for my bucket. There we go. Now I got room for this bucket. Now I got to make sure you're in frame again. There you go. That works. That works, guys. What do you think? I'm slowly and surely improving the channel. I want this down here to grab. It's runny still, but it's not nearly. It's thicker. You see how it's running? It's not really rolling down to running like the last one was. I just want to make sure there's no air pockets or air bubbles in the plaster. And just keep piling it. And because I'm seated now, I don't have to rush this like I was, because pain makes you work quick, I'll tell you that. The details are in the ears. As this batch thickens, I'll be piling it up on the wall. Bucket up where I want it. Polo. All right, this is sort of funny. Wait to hear this. They're yelling Marco Polo in the pool. I'm gonna play with them. You ready? Wait till I hear them say it. I guess they stopped already. I guess it's a game. Make it a little smoother, this half of the mask. time consuming, guys, that's all. You kids are having fun. Miss them days. Miss them when my kids were young, and I miss when I was young. Too far. See, I'm using the bucket as my little brake. I hope somebody's not here. I hear a backup signal out there. Because I didn't make that wall, this clay wall, too thick, I want to make sure that I don't push it. Push on too. The plaster on, let it run down into the neck. Could have been a little thicker, but it'll start kicking in a few minutes. I was just, I think the reason why I kind of did what I did was making it's kicking a lot faster. Yesterday, I think Get off. This is probably about a ½ inch thick right now. A lot thicker around the base. Where the seam comes together. Brush. Brush is all splayed apart. Yeah, this is a boring process, guys. It's like watching paint dry. You just shove it back up into there and it'll shit over me. Getting it all over me, I don't want that. This will be a really dense mold. That's good thing. I made sure there's no bumps. Almost to the point where I have to thickens up just a little bit more to be able to really hone in on the detail. Able to get the finish. I'm pretty tired because I've been at it since 8 o'clock this morning out here, getting this thing prepped and ready for mold. As soon as I get this layer done, I'll read your text again between layers. I'm forgetting about this damn thing's got a mind of its own. This was the trouble spot right over here. It was too thin. It's because it wasn't sticking to the wall. There we go. The next batch has to be super thick. That I in and it can't be runny at all. I got to get these walls built up out here. This is where it needs to be built up. I think I have enough thickness on the face itself. Remember, the thicker your plaster will be, the better it absorbs moisture. The thinner it is, the less moisture it'll take, and the mold won't last too long if it's too thin, the mold. I mean, you'll be able to get a couple masks out of it, but you won't get a ton of masks. Because if you make your plaster too thin. All right, now it's to the point where I can actually kind of trowel it on. There's not a lot of slumping or running. A nice strong mold when it's done. I won't be able to pull this off of here until probably late this evening. Might even have to wait till tomorrow to pull this off. Probably a little grindy edges to get it pressed, because it'll be easier to do that. Oh! They didn't hear me. They got the pump running over there, and I'm not gonna be able to hear it from here. I have to scream, and I'm gonna do that. I don't want to scream. Let's take this left and really get on the wall here, or on the dividing wall. fill this ear in a little bit better. And slumping. Filling in this neck here now that it's thickened. This side. There's the remainder that's in here. This section right here. Already through that batch. Think that's something? Clean time, and then we'll read your comments. Let's just get cleaning, because if I don't, we'll have a hard time cleaning this bucket. I'm going to get a new brush too. This one's shot. Okay. Need a new brush. I'll go grab that real quick. I'm gonna go grab a brush, guys, from my studio. I might as well take this screw gun back with me and my naphtha and my tools. I might as well grab those too. Naphtha, tools, clay. I'm trying to leave anything out of this. Glue and everything. All right. Oh, I'm back. I got my new brush. Let's read your comments before we get started on this again. Oh my goodness, am I tired? Let's see. Takeoff vision. I did see it. I saw the thing that you did to it, and I really don't like that. I don't like that unnatural carved look because it looks carved. It's one of the biggest reasons why I retooled on my old version of the mask. I changed because I wanted a natural look, and what I did was studied human anatomy. One. Then I also, common sense, gravity is why our facial expressions, our muscles cause a lot of our wrinkles, and then our facial expressions and muscle tissue that's on our faces will, with weight gain and weight loss or whatever, you end up with sags. That's what gravity does to our flesh. It sags it. It makes it sag. And that's the look that I'm after. I'm not really looking for a carved in looking thing. I'm look. If it's what you like, if it's something that you like the look of, then I can't argue your point. I'm not going to argue with you. It's not something that I like. I like a very natural look to the facial expressions. I want it to look real. I wanted to look like it was a life cast because that's what this was. Captain Kirk. It was a William Shatner life cast, original mask, and so I went for realism in the face instead of that carved clay look. That's exactly what those lines always reminded me of. Now, there's people that have done the lines that it looks natural because they did a really good job on those lines. I just figured why put those two lines on the left side, and you can see if you look at the still shot that you froze, it bunches up the nose too much. It makes the nose look too crunched. So that was partially the reason why I changed it to the way it is now. the bridge of my nose is not as wide as the actual Shatner nose bridge. Mine's a little bit more narrow, and I forget which version of that I made that look like. My nose is kind of its own thing. It has a little of the crookedness, but mine goes over to the, let me see, the left. Yeah, it goes to the left a little bit, but that's also because the slant, there's a slight slant in the nose. That is there, but it's so slight. If you're not paying attention, you really can't see it. So, yeah, I'm sorry, Takeoff Vision. I looked at the two pictures that you sent me. I did find you on Facebook. I saw the messages, and I just didn't. I just don't like that type of look. It also makes it like, if you look at the picture, it makes the nose at the top look like it's crunched, almost like he's like, snarling, so I don't like that look. I want a natural. Mine gives you more, a little bit less expression, but a natural, like, it's got attitude, but it doesn't have, it's not like snarling at you or mean at you. It's not a real mean looking look. I guess, I don't know. Everybody's opinion's, different. It really is. And perfect version is different. That's why we have different masks too. That's the other reason why, if you're sculpting something like that, then go for it, man. Do your thing. Do what you like. Buy what you like. If there's a specific way that you like your sculpture to be, then that's the way you should buy your mask. You should buy your mask the way accordingly. I just feel like I'm a no name, so I'm not worried about this. Pretty close now. This is very close to the look. It's a combination of looks. It's hard to explain all the different elements that I actually put into the sculpture, because I used, oh my God, I used so many different pictures. I used a lot of the original mask and a lot of Halloween 2 in 1981. I used some of that. I used the flashback mask for the lips. I used, there's just certain elements that I didn't want to change. And the bridge of the nose is one of those things where if the nose was wider, I think it would work. But I'm not changing the sculpture around just for wrinkles. I'm just not going to do that. And the other thing too is I don't really like that look anyway. I don't. But that's okay. I mean, that's if it's something you like, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not bashing you. It's just that everybody has their own perfect mask. Am I going to try and replicate somebody's or one individual's perfect version? No, I'm not. I'm still sticking to what I feel, since I'm doing the artwork on it and spending all these months trying to do this. I wouldn't make a change just drastically on something just on one opinion. I hear it like your mouth. I don't want it there, but I do listen to you guys. I do, but it has to be more than just one. It has to be multiple people making comments about a specific thing, and then I'll make the change. But yeah, that's just my opinion on that. I don't think you can make a perfect version for any individual. That's not the way it works. You can't please everybody. I can only do what I do, the way I do it, and then from there, I do listen to you guys. Don't get me wrong, I do, but there's things that I won't change, even though that maybe everybody would have an opinion on it. That now you need to change the eyebrows. And I'm sorry, I'm not changing the eyebrows. I actually love the way the eyebrows look now. I won't change the nose. I won't change the scowl. There's just everything that I've really, the eye cuts especially, I will not change those. They are dead on. They are really, really accurate. Now, are they accurate to everybody's mask? No, they're accurate to the original mask. They really are. Rod Lane, I'm doing pretty good. No, I didn't get a notification from you. It depends on when did you send that. When did you send that notification? Take off. And Rod, yes, I'm having a great day, and I'm getting it done. Letting that cure a little bit before I start the next batch. This batch gets the this batch gets the burlap. So this is a messy batch. And then I'm going to put another coat on it to fill in the walls. And that's going to be a real thick wall. I got a real thick batch that I have to make on the final coat to fill in all the walls. You're modeling, what are you, a model? Rod Lane, or you're a model? I have to, I got to catch up with you guys. I'm going to have to get on your I just never have to, I'm always working out here. I'm always doing something. I'm sculpting, I'm this, I'm that. I don't really get time to watch YouTube as much as I'd like to until I get through this process. I have to get done by I'm looking for middle of September to have all 3 masks finished. And I really want to get it done. I'm molding myself today. I thought you said modeling. I'm sorry. It says molding myself today, and it's super hot here too. Yeah, it sucks, man. This heat wave is brutal, you know. So, Lane Crusher, what are you doing right now? There's 3 watching. Okay. And then tomorrow is when I'll remove I'll split this thing in half and I'll remove the sculpture out of it. Then get back to retooling the sculpture after I make I have to make a foam-filled latex master copy. And I'm also going to make a copy for my brother, large mask, because he likes the large. So, anyway, yeah, that's what I'm doing. And I've read all your messages. And I'm running out of steam, I can tell you that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this phone back up on the thing, start mixing up the next batch. And this is the coat that gets the burlap. And then I got to thicken the walls, the edge walls. I got to make sure that they're real thick. All right, guys, let me get busy. All right, here we go, round 3. I think this is the 3rd coat. Yeah, this is the 3rd coat. A lot of work, and it's hot out here. Ain't fun. All right, guys, let me get busy. Got my brush. Uh, okay. Let's see. All right, the water's. this one will definitely be thicker. I'll give it a few minutes to saturate. Burlap over here. Nope. All right, we'll see. We'll make it work. We'll stretch it out. We'll make it work. It's almost saturated. One more minute. One more minute. Oh man, it's hot. It's hot. It's why I'm not talking a lot. I'm sticky. I feel hot. Lethargic. Been at it since 8 o'clock this morning, so I don't even know what time it is right now. It's probably like going on 2 o'clock. So I've already been at it, what, 6 hours? 6 hours of work so far. 6 hours into it. So that should be just about ready for mixing. And this is the coat I put the burlap on. And then, yeah, this is close enough. And this is going to be a thicker mix. Sorry if I'm blocking the camera. Actually, I don't think I am, but mix in, mix in, mix in. Now, there's no point washing my hand this time because I got to put it right on this, wet it, so your rags have something to grab to. Just wetting it with my hand. You want the plaster to have a stickiness to it. Okay, one piece at a time. God, I hope I cut overlap. Usually start right at the center and then work my way towards the base. I wring out my burlap pretty good. Go away, birdie. Squeeze out all the air pockets too. Remember to do that. Put that right into the bridge there. That little piece there. A few pieces of burlap. Let's see. We will see. Jeez. Who'd you lose? The bird I'm talking about. Oh, okay, I didn't put any right there. Gotta have a piece in there. All right, I gotta get that piece. I need a small piece. That's what I was looking for, right here. Okay, I gotta get this. No. There we go. That's what I want. think I'm gonna just enough, guys. Just enough. Got really stringy inside the bucket. There it goes. One more piece right in here. Ah, perfect. That's the last piece. Okay, where's my brush? Let me see, do I have any more extra? Yeah, I got a couple here. I can fix this neck area real good. Yes, sir. Now the next batch is all about the wall. It's all about this area right in here, all the way around. We got to make sure that's good and thick. Made this runny too. I didn't realize it. It's all right. Ain't gonna hurt nothing now. Perfect. Okay. Now we gotta wait. Again. my bucket out. Put some clean water in it. Oh yeah. Cold water. There you go. This one is all about piling up that clay into the walls. I won't even touch the top of the head. I won't even touch the top of the head. All right, let's see your messages here. Yeah, that was a little quicker, that one there. What's up, London Moore? Crusher, have you got your mask yet? Yeah, Crusher got his mask. He definitely got his mask. Tell people about the mask, Crusher. What did you think of it? It's a shame we can't take a picture of it with you wearing it real quick. Tell them the quality of it, the thickness of the mask. It was thick. And that what you see in my pictures is very accurate to what you received. You know, let them know about the mask. Let them know about everything that you know about the mask anyway. I'm just tired. I'm sorry, guys. I can't wait to get this done. Gotta let it harden. And then it's all about fixing that wall, making that wall nice and thick and piled up. Yeah, let everybody know about the mask that you got, Crusher. You know, we know about this retool here. Rod Lane, I'm going to check out your work. Hopefully you have it on YouTube or something. See what you got going on. Oh man, it's hot. It's really hot out here. So, yeah, it looks messy, don't it? It is. But I can make this patch so it doesn't even be so thick that it doesn't sag at all. Because now I just do the wall all around it. And then maybe a blending patch where I put that thick stuff on the wall to build it out, like thick, and I'll blend it with a thinner coat so it's buried up underneath of it so it's nice and strong. Oh man, I'm tired. This process is long. If I was standing all day, I'd have been done 3 hours ago. I would have never been able to finish this. I'm just that tired today. That tired. So this isn't firm yet. I gotta make sure it firms up before I can do anything. Oh, man. And then tomorrow I will demold it. I'll break out the grinder and I'll grind the edge all the way down, expose all the pry spots, and then I'll be able to pry this thing apart. And I can guarantee you the back of the head will come off first. It always does, because there's less detail and less locking possibilities. And then I got to hammer off the front of the head. There's definitely locking spots on that. So you got the ears that lock, and they're going to get destroyed when I go to take this apart. No doubt. But the one good thing is the clay's a little softer because of the heat. So it should be easy to take apart. Won't be like it was in the early spring when I first did it. Whew, man, that was brutal. I hammered and hammered and hammered getting that thing apart with a block of wood. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, I'm hurrying up here. I'm just trying to, I can only go as fast as the mold will let me. Well, the cure time, I like to let them cure overnight before I try to pull them apart, because you don't want to try and pull this apart. The mold's still too weak. You want it good and dry. Sometimes I'll let it go 2 days. If it's real, if it's like it's hot right now, so this is going to cure overnight, no problem. But if I let it go, if I only do it for like a couple hours, yeah, it'll be hard. But wait, you hit that hammer on that thing, and it's going to crack that mold, guaranteed, because it's the sculpture is still too soft. So you just have to remember that when you're doing this. Let it cure. Let it cure overnight so it's good and hard. Yeah, the pry points will definitely help me quite a bit. I got a little trick that I do to fasten it down so it doesn't go anywhere. Um, and I use zip ties, so it can't go anywhere when I go to do it. Oh wait, this time I know what I'm going to do. Well, no, I can't do it that way. I got to be able to face it the other direction. Oh well, can't hammer on it. Just thinking out loud, guys. Always thinking about your steps ahead. You know what you're going to do next. I think 5 steps ahead. That's the DJ in me too. So as a disc jockey, I'm always thinking 5 songs ahead of time when I'm mixing. So, and that's how I naturally function. I'm always thinking 5 to 10 steps ahead. Unless it's experimental, then you can't really think ahead because you don't know what your outcome's going to be. You just have to go with. You got to wing it as you're going. Yes, this is a stone mold. I finished the sculpture. If you look at I did yesterday's video. I did the back half of the mold, and then today I'm doing the front half. And tomorrow I'll be tearing it apart. I'll be prying this mold apart. So, oh yeah. It's work, but it's worth it. This is going to be a really, really nice mask. Home Grand Slam mask, I think. For me, I love it that much. I'm that sold on it. that first one, it was close, but it wasn't. The lips weren't quite right, so I made sure I did the lips right on this one, and now I'm really happy with it. So we're not seeing Pipe Master lately because he's on vacation. I send him pictures of the work though. I send him direct pictures. He's local. He's probably 70 miles away from me. He comes down the shore all the time, and he's got a house down here, and you know I have him stop over, and we can chill out while I'm doing stuff. I guess I don't know. I'm always doing stuff, so I never take a break. I should, but not until I'm done these masks. I really want to get past Michael Myers. I'm not saying that as a bash, but I'm not going to spend all every sculpt on. It's not going to be only Michael Myers. As soon as I do the Michael Myers, my versions, I'm done. I'm never going to do Michael Myers again. So this is a one. This is a one and done thing with the process of the mold making and the mask making. If you're lucky enough to get one of these masks, you better get them because they're not going to be available for forever. Um, because I plan on moving on to scarecrows and original monsters. I love doing original stuff, and I can't wait to do that. That's going to be fun. This is getting monotonous to me because you're doing the same thing over and over again, and then fine tuning it and fine tuning it and fine tuning it. This is the 78. This is the finished job. I'm not going any further with this. I've made up my mind. As a matter of fact, I know I can't go any further with it because I have got to get busy and get all three of these versions done. See, when you just retool the mask, it's a lot easier from the ground up, starting the shape of the head, the shape of everything. When I retool it, it doesn't take that long, maybe a week. You know, if I'm not doing anything else, like making any latex masks, and you know, if I'm not making anything or I don't want to babysit. Um, Scared me. Hold on. It'll only take a minute. I don't even need that thing on. I don't know why I have it on. I'm going to shut it off as soon as it goes off. Oh, man. There we go. Let me go shut that off now because I don't really need it. I do want to clean the deck real good, though. Get all this powdery stuff off the deck. I got splatter all over the floor here. I got it all over my table. That's nothing, though. It's a plastic table. It'll come right off. So, oh, yeah. Let me shut that thing off because that'll kick back on. I'm tired of hearing the noise. So let's see. Yeah, look at that mess. I think the hose will take care of that though. It's just very, very plastery, powdery. So what a mess. Anyway, guys, let me do this. Let me get this busy. Let's get that shut off. Let's put this back up on the stand. I'm getting tired, man. Real tired. Okay. Yeah, I want to shut that off. A little bit more. Brush because I doubt I'm going to be using the brush at this point. I'll just put this brush right over here on this. Whew. Yeah, it's got to harden a little bit more. Seeing this weird crack happen right here. Yeah, this is still very soft. We got to wait. Oh man, I'm so lethargic. Need to get some water. Yeah, let me go in and get some water. Go in the house and we'll grab a big glass of water, a cup of water. Yeah, that's nowhere thick enough to do the. I gotta make this next batch so thick that it doesn't run at all. I gum it up on there, it's gonna be like peanut butter. It's gonna stick up there on the wall like peanut butter. Just gotta go around the edge of the whole thing. Nice and thick so I can pry it apart with no problem. All right, water, I need water. Yeah, that's hard enough now, but getting there. A few more minutes. Yeah, the kick time's a little slower today. I'm gonna drink this water, and then by then we should be ready to rock and roll. Or at least rock. All right. Wrong pipe. Oh boy. Ugh. I'm sit here and enjoy this nice ice cold water. So far. I mean, I start back up in my other business, it's okay. I'll have this stuff out of the way. I'll have this done by then. And over the fall and into the winter, I'm going to do my Michael Myers concept ends mask. My own concept of what I think ends should look like. Just cool idea that I'm thinking about. And I've seen a couple that kind of are similar to what I want to do. I like that skull coming through. But what I don't want to tell you what I'm going to do because it's just remember this. Michael Myers only has one good eye. All right? We can't take that eye from him. But I can do some cool stuff to the other side where the eye's messed up. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's going to be a cool concept mask because it's going to be a lot more detail to the mask. It'll be a combination of Kill's mask and the twist to my version of the ends. The Night Creeper can paint and make it look like the 81, or I can paint it and make it look like the flashback mask, although some people want me to make the flashback mask. So maybe I will do the flashback mask in the very end. The very last mask that I do will be the flashback. I don't know. I've got to figure out, maybe I do it. The sculpture to change its own sculpture. It has to be on its own because the flashback mask is a little different than the original. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do which can be painted like the 81. And maybe I'll attempt to make it look like the flashback mask to see how it looks okay as a flashback. Then maybe we'll keep masks in one, this 78 version. And it should, because honestly, because it's supposed to be the 78 mask, it's supposed to be the 78 mask. And why not just leave it the way it is? So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how I feel about it in the end. I got to get to my concept. First, okay, this is what we're doing. 78 is going to be able to paint at least the 78 and the 81. This will do the combination. And let's see, we're going to go to the 2018 H40. We're going to do the 840, right? When I'm done this starts getting sculpted into the H40. To look like the H40. Then I'm going to do the kills. Then I'm going to do my concept of the ends mask, or depends, because I have a funny feeling the ends mask has no change to it. In the and it doesn't look like there's been any change to it. There's a little bit of a change, I think, the right where the burn side is, where that cut is on the forehead. That looks like it's peeled open a little bit more. So that wouldn't be hard to fix, or it wouldn't be hard to do. So what I'm thinking is, if I have to do any mask, I'll do that. If I don't have to do anything, and it's just the kills mask with a different paint scheme, then all I have to do is do a paint scheme. But then I'm going to do a concept of ends, my own concept of what ends should look like, and that's really going to be cool. I can't wait to do this. And then I will do the flashback mask if something doesn't come that looks identical. Trick or Treat Studios, all, and they're producing the mask. I don't know. We'll see. I got a couple people that really want me to do the ends mask badly, but I don't know. I'll see let's see how I feel when I get to that point. And by then, I want to start getting into other stuff. This will be the only mask that I do that's theatrical. In other words, that I don't infringement problems making all kinds of different masks. I don't want that. If I sell 1,000 of my masks in 1 year, then I'll be able to, because I'm original, and it won't be a creature from somebody else, somebody else's nightmare, or it won't be a film. It won't be Jason. I'm not doing Freddy. I'm not doing. I'm not going to do a ghost face with Scream. I'm not doing any of those masks. The only Scream mask that I was ever interested in doing was a Michael Myers. I don't have any interest in doing Jason. Plus, I would sculpt, because you have to sculpt the head, and then you got to make a plastic or resin hockey mask. So just I'm not doing all that. Nope. I'm not a big fan of Jason anyway. I like it. Don't get me wrong. It's okay, but I always felt those movies were a little hokey, and they copied Michael Myers. They ran with it. I remember back in them days when '78, when Michael Myers came on the screen, there was nothing out like that. There was only 2 movies that were similar to the Halloween movie, that were before the Halloween movie. And that is Black Christmas, with the point of view. Had nothing to do with the costume. It was Black Christmas gave you the point of view of the killer. What was the other one? And Psycho. And Psycho. They were the only 2 movies back in those days. Now, some part of it, that was 74. That was and that was a mask. Psycho wearing a mask, only kill everybody with a chainsaw. So, but what else? Freddy, Jason, all those came after Michael Myers. Jason, the very first movie, I didn't even like it. especially when it was the mother doing the killing. Nah. And the acting wasn't real good. And there was just a lot of things that weren't real good about that movie. Now, I hate it. I feel bad if you guys are Jason fans. I'm sorry. I'm just not. I look at it and stand on its own. I love the killer. I love Jason himself. When he became the killer, um, my favorite guy that ever played Kane Hodder, which I'm going to meet this in a couple of weeks at Monster Mania in Cherry Hill. I'm almost on my water, and this is almost hard. Actually, it is hard. I can see it. It's got a darker gray look to it. Now, feel it. See where we're at. And then I got to make a thick batch to do the edges. Let's see where we're at here. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's good now. Oh yeah. Hot too. It's a chemical reaction. Okay, I think I might throw a little more water in this. Yeah, because I have to make this plaster thick, and I need to really fill that edge wall. Need a little more water. That should do it. In our world, how would Michael's mask look? That's interesting. Well, those videos are up there for you, London. Well, the main thing is I get the right sculpt on. I don't want to make a ton of molds. I can only do so much anyway. You know, I can only paint so fast. I can only hit so fast. I'm limited. I'm one guy. I'm one person. So, you know, I'm not going to be going crazy. Hold on. Let me move this. Away from the phone, so. Okay. Put that bucket right there, let that saturate. Go use the restroom real quick, and I'll be right back. Whatever you do, always use bucket water. Don't clean your hands off in the sink. If you ever decide to plaster, if it gets inside your pipes, that's it. Your pipes are done. You're going to fall on them. And you're going to be spending a fortune because they're going to have to replace all your pipes. So never rinse your hands off in the sink of your house.
What's happening, YouTube land? There. London, what's up, buddy? How are you? John's friend. Hello. Steve Rabin from the UK. Hope you guys are doing well. Johnny's getting ready to, do some magical things here. It's gonna be pretty cool. Such a neat process to see how it goes from just a basic sculpture to this stuff on there, whatever that is. Whatever. Pretty darn neat, man. Okay. And I'll be back in just a few minutes.
Okay, I'm back, guys. Now I gotta mix the plaster. Yeah, nice and thick. Gonna be a thick mix. Lots of it. It's really thick. Let me go over here. I gotta be able to. I can't really reach it from there. Not quite thick enough. Not quite. I'm going to thicken it right down. A little bit more powder. I'll put it right in the bucket. I'm not going to wait for this because I want to do those walls. Sifting it into the already mixed plaster. See how that works. Should be. Yeah, this is going to work good. All right, I got the right consistency now. Just make sure I get all those clumps out of there. That's where we want. Nice and creamy. Yeah, now we're. Not going to worry about the head too much. It's not slumping that much now. Come on. God damn it. Stay still. Get these walls thick. A lot of plaster, man. But it's a master mold. So I'm a big fan of making sure your plaster is very thick on your master molds. Remember, I grind this down a little bit, so I need the thickness up in this area, and that's where it's at. You can't worry about the edges, the very edges. You're worried about in here. That's the integrity of the strength. Okay, clean the bucket out. And this bad boy is done. It's thick enough. other thing I'll do real quick, and that's hammer out over on the end of a lot of leftover. Yeah, got rid of the excess plaster from washing my hands off and all that stuff. It goes into the bucket. So what I want to do now is clean this out, so I have it for the next Now, let me clean the bottom of the deck a little bit. Oh yeah. Wait till that mold's hard before I go and do anything else. All right, some comments because this is a done deal. Actually, I'm going to smooth this with my hand real quick. No sharp edges. I don't have to have perfectly neat. I just, when I go to handle this thing, I don't want to have, something stabbing me. The edges get grinded. All these edges, they get grinded down probably all the way back to about here. So that's the strength of the whole mold right there. That'll get grinded back, and that's real simple. That don't take long at all to do. So. Oh yeah, guys. That's it. It's smoothed out enough. It doesn't have to be perfect. As long as it's strong. That's the key. And of course, hang on, let me put you back on the stand. I gotta wash my hand. Just need to put my, I don't need to tighten it. Yeah, I cleaned my dirty water out. Hose down the deck. I'll have to clean this off with the scraper later. Ah. Oh yeah. Now the wall's good and thick. And let me see, what are we to say, guys? Neither can I. I can't wait till it's done. And off vision, I apologize. I don't want you to get upset with me because everybody has their perfect version of their mask. I really do. Everybody agree everything. It's just impossible. This mask is like a, the hint that tells you everything is when somebody says to you, well, that kind of looks like this mask, but not quite. And it looks like this mask or that mask. And that's good because I want it to be different. I want it to be exactly like somebody else's work. Other than, and this is where everybody tries to replicate the original Halloween mask in the 78. If there was just enough pictures of that mask, the hero mask, they had stunt masks that weren't nice. They weren't good cuts. They went out and bought like 3 or 4 masks for that movie. And there was only one mask that actually looked really good. And it was a combination of the right eye cuts. And it was also the fact that it wasn't as distorted as the other ones. Like there's a scene when he's on the phone. That's a different mask than the one that was used. What was that one scene? Hold on. I'm not sure if that's the hero mask. It's like the runner-up. It's the closest one to the hero mask. The reason why is it looks a lot more elongated. It might have been the camera too. Who knows? I mean, we weren't there. I'm going guessing, so it's almost like Nick Castle wearing that mask, it definitely had a stretched look. And when a mask gets stretched from the chin and pulls down, it opens up the eye cuts. It changes the features of the lips. It changes the features of it changes everything. So if we only had that hero mask, and I mean enough pictures, not that, see, there's black and white pictures with them guys holding those yeah, well, that you're right. You know, that Nag is probably the best. They're the best replicas of the actual. They are the best. You know, when it comes to the Michael Myers collection. But I don't want to copy a Nag mask or the original. You know, to a T. I'm trying to make my own version. That's the whole thing. I want my own version of this mask. You know, this way when people, it's like, all right, perfect example. The Ken Hurtland. The Ken Hurtland mask is not a perfect version of the original mask. It's got its own look. All right, it's got its own look to that mask. It's not a perfect replica of the screen used mask. But try and find that mask and see how much you're going to pay for it. You know, that's my point. You know, everybody's mask is a little bit different. It's not exactly to the film. Even the Nag masks are not exactly like the actual mask because it's impossible to do. It's absolutely impossible to make an exact replica because we don't have the mask in our possession. We don't have it in good shape to actually, you know, and we don't know if that mask was altered. There was another movie that was, I think, the reason why they used William Shatner and made a life cast. I know I've seen him say in an interview that it was a death mask for Star Trek. But here's the thing: there was a movie back in 1975, and that's apparently when the death mask was made in 1975. Horror movie that came out called The Devil's Reign. All right, look that up, and you're going to see Bill Shatner on a table and his face melts. Oh well, it's a scan. Oh yeah, I guess it is a replica. Then that's an exact replica. Oh, you know what? I'm a sculptor. I'm not a scanner. So I'm just not a real big fan of scanning. You know, it takes the art out of it. You know, there's no art to you know. Yeah, that's going to be the most accurate mask out there. But where's the art in that? You know, you're a collector of accurate masks, but a scan is not art. It's not art. Just scanning something else that's already been done. I don't know. I'm not. You know what? I've only been doing this for 2 years, so I don't know everything. I just know what I like, and that's all I can say to that. You know, I mean, I love the Nag mask. Get me wrong, I do love the Nag mask. And I was wondering, now that you've said that they scanned it, I was wondering how they made it so close. It was, I mean, it's a very close replication of that mask. But even in a scan, I don't know, or how accurate are the scans today? You know, I don't know. Scanners, my son's into 3D printing, and he said the scanners, this technology is not quite there yet. It's not 100, but That was a couple years ago when he said that. They probably improved. I actually want to get a scanner for my own sculpture. I was thinking about getting a nice scanner and 3D printer to scan my sculpture and make a 3D print of it in plastic. That would be cool, just for fun. I could actually make it a mask out of plastic. That would be cool. So, but I'm done for today. That's definitely a finished night creeper mold. Tomorrow, crack this bad boy open. We got to let it harden real good before it, you know. And I'm not messing with this until tomorrow. Leave it overnight. Like, make sure it's nice and hard. Burlapped. It's a strong, heavy sculpture. It's got a lot of. Man, I don't know. Do I have enough plaster in those edges? Yeah, no, that's right. I'm looking at the distance between here and where the clay's sticking out right there, and the distance from up there to the clay sticking out. It's the same. That's good. That's all I need. This way I can pry that apart once I grind the edge down, nice and flat. I don't have to worry about jagged edges. All, all these little clay pieces are all sticking out. So all I have to do is, I can stick a screwdriver in there. I got the heavy screwdrivers over there, and this thing apart. The back of the head will come off easy. It's the front that gives you a nightmare because that's where all the locking takes place with the ears. Maybe the neck on the one side might lock a little bit because that's where the stab is from the needle. That stab wound is on the other side. But I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be a nice mask, guys. This really is going to be a nice mask. If you don't like it, then you don't like it. You know, um, I don't know what to say. It's just. But as an artist, I can tell you, I'd rather make my Myers mask and sculpt it than produce something that's been scanned. And that's just an art point of view. Now, I mean, well, back before a lot of artists actually started jumping on this and making good Myers masks, there wasn't a lot of good Myers masks, man. There just wasn't a lot available. Really tough to get a hold of a real good one. Um, I don't know if you love the Nag mask and I do. Now I understand how they made it so accurate. Wow, they scanned the actual Kirk mask, huh? Anyway, I've been on for 256 minutes. That's probably well over 4 hours. So I think I'm going to jump off of here. Wish you guys a great day. Hit the like. If you're not a subscriber, hit the subscribe button for me. And remember, if you're not getting notifications, I always say this on the end of my videos now because people have pointed it out that they don't get notifications. Unsubscribe and then resubscribe. This way you'll get the notifications. All right. And when you hit the bell, make sure it says all, not just, I guess, whatever else it says. Just make sure it says all. You click on all videos and live and YouTube and all that fun stuff. I'm just really lethargic. I've been at it out here since 8 o'clock this morning. It's 100 degrees. Now I'm wrong. It's probably like 90. Like 90 degrees. Doesn't feel too bad out here, but I'm still a little lethargic, tired out, man. Okay, my nag is really full of the 98 Proto, like $1 million Kirk mail. Yeah, I'm not arguing with you at all. Please don't think that that's what I just think that I mean, this is just my own opinion on when I want to. If I get, I'm not a mask collector either, so I'm sorry. I don't have a ton of these. I don't even have my own copy of this yet. I haven't made a copy for myself, but I have to because I want to take one with me to. I actually have to make 4 masks. Uh, I'm taking to Monster Mania in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Um, Dick Warlock's going to be there, so I'm probably going to paint all the masks to look like the Halloween too. So this one here, yeah, I'm just it's all good, man. It's all good, and I watch your stuff on YouTube. Takeoff Vision. I have watched a couple of your videos. You also your logo reminds me of somebody else too. There's another guy on that does a lot of. Yeah, I'm doing the best I can. I'm not. Look, I've only been sculpting for 2 years in clay. I've never worked in clay, so I don't know all. I keep learning as I go. I keep redoing the damn thing because, but I'm at the max now. I really don't want to go any further. So I'm done. I'm done. I've got to move forward with this. I've got to go into the 2018, and I got to do the kills and then the ends, depending on what they're going to do to that. And then I'm going to do the ends. And I've got some really cool ideas for that. I've seen some close renditions of what I want to do, but I want to give you a little hint about my mask that I'm going to do with the ends. Remember this. I've seen I've seen one where he had the bad eye still on the burnt side, but it was a skull with no eye on the other side. So that means he has no vision at all because he's blind in his, you know, punctured eye. So Michael Myers just walks around blind and he kills everybody and finds everybody with magical powers. I don't know. I don't like that concept. So whatever I do, it's going to happen on the burnt side. I'll give you that hint. And it's going to happen to the already damaged eye. So I'm giving you those hints. I already know what I want to do in my head. You know what I mean? And I work best when I'm not trying to absolutely replicate to a T. So I can actually do some really cool added effects. Um, that's going to be my mask that I'm going to do, and it's going to be fun. And I'm actually going to do it live. I'm not going to hide what I'm doing. I don't believe in it. I think I share everything I do, except for when if an artist came to me and shared a secret with me and asked me not to share it on YouTube. First of all, I always ask people if you mind if I share that on YouTube on my channel, and if they say no, please don't do that, I won't. I will not do that because it's the integrity. I do have character, and I don't like pissing off people in the business because, they've been doing this a lot longer than I. And a lot of these guys like Nick Malpagano and stuff, this is probably his bread and butter. This is what he does for a living. I'm doing this for retirement. I'm not doing this for a living. I'm doing this for fun in my retirement years. I'm finally getting to do what I wanted to do years ago, but I haven't been able to do it because I just was so busy with in my other fields. So with that being said, I'll share what I can share, and then when it's somebody else's secret, I'm not going to share that, especially if they were nice enough to show me their secret. If they tell me they don't want me to share it, I don't share it. But I'll tell you what I am doing this fall too, and it's going to help my ends, my rendition of ends mask. Is I'm joining an online schooling. I'm going to online schooling with Oh, come on. Stan Winston. I'm doing the Stan Winston School of Arts over the winter. I'm signing up for a year. I'm going to learn some serious technique tricks. And yeah, well, here's my thought on that, just in case you're wondering, oh, am I going to share that? Yes, I am. And the reason why I am going to share that is because I'm paying for that school. You know, that is my knowledge that I paid for. It's just the way I feel about it. You want me to pay for your schooling? If you're going to give it to me for free, then I won't share it. But since I'm paying for it, that's how I feel about it. Then again, if you think about it, that's kind of like the record business. The music business, actually, should I say. You go out and you buy a single, but it's not yours. You can't broadcast it anywhere. You're not allowed to broadcast it. Makes no sense to me. Well, it's just the way it is. Anyway, guys, I am done for the day. I've done my mold. And I appreciate that takeoff vision. I'm glad you love the work that I'm doing. And I really do. And, you know my opinions on the nag. And I love the nag mask. Yes, I do. But it's if it's a scan, 3D scan, that just takes away a little bit of the magic that I thought that they did with that mask. I didn't know it was a scan. London. In our real world, London, what would the mask look like Michael Myers mask look like in the real world? He would have one leg and feel like he's in a one-legged ass kicking contest. Our world is so blanked up. Oh, our world's a mess right now. It is a mess. Crusher, you gotta let people know that you got your mask. I mean, this ain't nothing. This is nothing to look at right now because everything's embedded in the stone. You can't see the sculpture, but you'll have to rewind this or rewind it. You'll have to start the video from the start. It's going to take a while to upload because it's a long video. I have to start editing my videos and do this in high speed. I'll do a little bit of talk over on it, but I'll do most of my videos in high speed once I get to that point. When I get a chance, I'm going to start editing all my videos and get them down to where we see in high speed, so it's not annoying. Not 4 hours. Now, people do love watching the videos live, 4 hours, but when you upload them, you got to shorten them up. I want my videos to be about the length of no more than a half hour, 20 minutes to a half hour. That's the magic number. Most people don't have the attention span to stay on that long on a video, especially if they can fast forward it, so to see the end result when it comes down to it, that's what I do. I'm sorry, I don't have time. I can't sit online for like 4 hours. A lot of people put me on in the background. They say, I don't know, Bob Ross, move over. They like my voice or on in the background today. I've been a little authoritative. Somebody had said something. I can't remember who it was, but somebody had said something on a post, one of those videos. You'll see if you see the post. But anyway, yeah, I never thought of it that way. So I don't know what the reason why people stay on live. Why don't you guys answer that for me? Why do you stay on live for 4 hours watching me do something? I mean, because you kind of know, if you just wait for the video to come out, you can fast forward it to the end to see what the end result was. I mean, you want to slow it down once in a while to see any specific thing that you're looking at, that, you know, that has your interest. But what's the attraction of live? And I see it a lot. It's not just my videos. It's a lot of people when they go live. Sometimes they're 3, 4 hours on there, and nobody even bats an eye. So, all right, I got to get off of here. I've got to get off of here. I am so tired out. I got to get done. It is time to call it a day. I'm going to go get some food in my gut. I had my breakfast earlier. I'm going to eat some. I got some stew that I made. I'm going to have some stew, chill out on the TV. And you know what? If you guys got videos, suggestions, let me know. I will check them out. I'll definitely look them up and see what we can watch today. I just really like getting out of this heat. I'm just done with it. I'm over the summer already. I want to move forward. All right, guys. I'm going to say peace. You guys have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful weekend. It's coming. It's coming up close. I guess tomorrow is Friday, right? Yeah. So I do have one of my masks. I relisted my mask on eBay, but I haven't promoted it or anything. Somebody offered $150 for it. Well, it costs that much to make the mask. I'm not doing that. There's no way I'm selling a mask for $150. There's no way. Minimum is $250. I won't even sell it on eBay. If it doesn't sell, it doesn't sell. I don't care. I lost my interest in promoting it because I think it was a lot of mask makers that were actually watching it. I had nine watchers on there watching the mask, and the majority of them, I think, were actually just watching to see if it sold. I don't think there was any serious buyers on there at that point. And I'm new to the business, and there is that element. And the fact is, nobody has one of these masks to criticize. So they don't actually have one to say, hey, you know, no, his masks are really nice or whatever. You don't get any feedback. I got to get this mask into a few really good collectors' hands and let them critique the mask legitly. You know what I mean? And then I'll have a prayer. I'll have a chance. But now that I got the lips fixed, I'm good. I don't have any doubt that this mask is going to do okay. It may not be great, but you know, it's going to do okay. I'm not Nick Mulpagano. I don't have a 13 mask that, although that's where I was aiming. I was originally going after that. I was going to start doing that. I was going to do that Halloween 4 or 5 poster art when I first sculpted this. And he was nice enough to send me some pictures and swore to me, don't share these pictures because it's not in production yet. I don't want anybody to see this mask. So I promised him I wouldn't share it, and he sent me the pictures. Every angle, I mean, I have every angle of that mask, the 13 mask. And I also said to him, well, Nick, you've already nailed it, so why am I going to bother? It's already there. It's a perfect mask. Why mess with it? I don't need to do a damn thing to make it better or possibly worse. So I don't think at that moment when I saw the mask, I said, okay, you've got this covered. I don't need to do this now. That's when I started changing gears, and then I started thinking, well, what do I want it to look like? Well, I wanted hints of that mask in there, but I also steered towards like multiple things. You know, the flashback, the sides of the head, right above the eye cuts, they bulge a little bit. That's part of the flashback, and the lips are now the flashback mask, which I think are a very close rendition of the actual Kirk mask. I think that is about as close as you're going to get to the original Kirk mask. But the rest of the flashback mask, the facial expressions and everything, I've got some still shots that are supposedly the flashback mask, but they look so much different than what the screen still shots look like. You know, now maybe it was lighting. I doubt it because I can really I can hone in on those pictures And I can see the differences between the two masks. There are a big difference. There's some big differences. So, and I'll point them out next time I'm on my computer and I'm live. I'll show you the two different pictures. I have several pictures of the mask. I have when he actually came out of the house. I'll show you the differences. I'll show you the differences. I'm tired. I'm rambling. I got to get off. I got to get off of here. I got to get something to eat. I'm tired. I'm gonna let this go. And then tomorrow we are going to take this out of the mold. So peace, everybody. Have a wonderful weekend. Be safe. Break out the barbecues. Make some good food. Drink a little wine. You know, enjoy your day. Enjoy your weekend. And I'll see you tomorrow. Peace. Bye.